Thank you. Welcome everyone. Good morning. This is day 21 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded and the recordings are available on the Engage Victoria website. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee, joined by my colleagues Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch, Member Lachlan Wilkinson and Member Ken Joyner, who's joining us online. So we'll be continuing to hear from individual and community submitters today. We do have a number of submitters who will not be presenting, and I'll just read the names of parties who are not presenting. So Mark Eden, Raymond Camilleri. We are not 100% sure if Morris Shinkle's tech will be working, so unlikely to be attending. Tracy Wara and Andrew Ward. If parties who are scheduled to speak later in the day are available earlier in the day, we ask you to please get in touch with the team if they haven't been in touch with you yet. We'll continue with a rolling timetable if possible, but just to note that we do have some parties who are no longer able to attend. So we have had a couple of documents come in overnight, and I'll just note that we've got a written, so that most of the submissions I had listed yesterday, but this morning we have from the, just need to get the right page, if you just bear with me for a moment. Yes, Landscape Guardians submission has been received, so I'm just noting that one. I'd also like to note that we've had a number of one submitter who wasn't a party to the hearing or isn't a party to the hearing that the committee has corresponded with in the last day, with correspondence documented that we seeking further submission that the IAC has not accepted given the stage of the process that we're at and the late receipt of that request. In addition to that, we've had two parties wishing to provide further late submissions, and I advise that the IAC is not accepting further late or further submissions from parties who have presented to the IAC. So no other preliminary matters the IAC needs to cover this morning. So Mr Chessel, I'll come to you. We did leave yesterday with some business we needed to cover this morning, so I'll hand to you to talk us through where the proponent is at.
Excuse me. If I could please have a moment during preliminary matters, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Buckman. So you'll be, I imagine you're turning your camera on now because of the correspondence that I've just mentioned.
That is correct. And
okay, I'm happy for us to discuss that now. Thank you. I'm happy to, yes.
Thank you. My flight has been delayed, so I have a moment to speak to the paper that I submitted overnight. I'm not clear from the communication that you've just provided exactly what the status of that is. I would like to say that I am increasingly and deeply concerned about the quality of expert evidence that's been provided to the IAC, and given that we didn't have the time to assess all of the material that has been generated through this hearing, and having been communicated with yesterday by the Southern Bentling Bat Recovery Team, of which our organisation is a member, but you'll recall on Monday I also indicated that we had no contact with other submitters during the hearing up to this point, and I haven't been able to follow it closely.
So, Mr Buckman, I'll just get you to be very clear about if you're raising a procedural issue or question.
Yes, so my question is, the material that I have sent to the committee last night, will that be tabled and be made available?
No, at this stage we will not be tabling the material. Thank you, Mr Buckman.
And can I ask on what basis, considering that it raises significant procedural concerns with the accuracy of expert evidence?
So it's fundamentally for the IAC relating to procedural fairness. We're at a stage of the process where it's not acceptable to provide further submission.
What if the material that the IAC is seeking to rely upon is proven to be inaccurate?
So, Mr Buckman, we'll be assessing all of the material before us and using our expertise and judgment in assessing that, and we won't be accepting or tabling any further material at this stage. Thank you.
Well, I would, as a final comment, I would ask the IAC to consider very carefully how credible the expert evidence that you have before you is.
Mr Buckman. It's not an opportunity to provide submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chessel.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Member Kendall and members of the committee. We've given some thought overnight to the course that we recommend be adopted in respect of concluding the hearing. As matters stand, we have sought to engage Mr Organ to prepare a response to the further material that was filed, and he has some capacity to work on that next week, but can't yet commit to exactly when that will be completed. We've also sought to engage with Biosis to assist in prepare a response to that material, and again that work will need to be ongoing, or is ongoing. We haven't yet received the EMF from the department, that is their proposed recommendations in respect of the EMF and the incorporated document, and we certainly make no criticism of that given the particular circumstances that have arisen. And we note, as we understand it, that the department is proposing to provide a response to the queries that were raised yesterday by the committee by Wednesday.
Yes, apologies, I didn't mention that in terms of the ISC has been advised that DECA will be in a position to respond by next Wednesday.
Yeah, okay. Now, obviously we're hearing further submissions today and on a Monday that'll keep us engaged and will need our consideration. The position is that we'll comply with any direction that the ISC gives us, obviously, but in our submission, the most appropriate way to conclude the hearing would be to hear the submissions today and on Monday, but to not resume on Wednesday for reply submissions, but instead we're able to be accommodated by the committee, defer the final day of the hearing until a day in the following week, that is either the Monday, the Wednesday or the Thursday, to allow us to make our reply submissions with the benefit of having had an opportunity to consider and engage with the additional material that will need to be prepared and filed in response to the new matters that have been raised, and to allow my client an opportunity to consider the proposed changes by DECA to the EMF, to the extent necessary engage with the department to try and resolve any disputes between the parties, and to present to you a consolidated position that best reflects the changes that my client is proposing to make in what I'll call the Day 3 set of materials, both in respect of the EMF and the incorporated document, and to address any outstanding issues that exist. In my submission, that would be the most appropriate and the fairest way to proceed, and I suspect will give rise to the most efficient resolution of the proceedings, and hopefully allow us to best assist the committee in resolving not just the issues in dispute between the parties, but issues of drafting in respect of the EMF. We did give real consideration to the alternate model of replying on Wednesday and having subsequent materials come in on the papers, but in my submission, given the nature of the materials that are outstanding, it would be preferable to adopt the alternate course that we've adopted, should it be able to be accommodated.
Thank you very much, Mr Chessel. So the ISC has considered or turned its mind to what options might be proposed by the proponent, and has confirmed its availability on some dates for the following week as well. And I can confirm that the Thursday the 24th will be the day that is appropriate or suits the IAC. And based on what you've just described, we anticipate that would be a one-day hearing closing submissions from the proponent?
Yes.
Yes.
That's right. And maybe we don't need a whole day, but I think a day would be the appropriate amount of time.
Thank you. So we will reissue the timetable with that on that basis. In terms of hearing venues, we'll consider whether the Planning Panel's Victoria hearing rooms are available on that day. If not, we can always meet online unless there's an alternative venue. So we'll confirm that before we issue correspondence in relation to it.
Thank you. We're happy to be flexible about that, of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So the exact timing of written material at this stage from the proponent will be, we know that the DECA further response will come in next Wednesday. If we're sitting the Thursday the following week, the proponent, would your plan be to provide all of the further written closing material on the day before, so the Wednesday the 23rd?
If not before then.
Yes, thank you. Perfect, thank you. Thank you. So I'll just ask, are there any other preliminary matters, Mr Chessel?
No, thank you, not for our part.
Thank you. What that will do as well, of course, is shift the dates for parties to provide any comments on the final day documents, so project documents. So we will also schedule that in any reissued correspondence around the timetable.
Thank you.
And I'm just looking online. I don't think we have any other preliminary matters being raised, so I'm happy to move straight into submissions this morning. And I believe the party is joining us online, so I'll ask if you could please turn your camera on. And I'm looking for Mr McGrath, who's representing the Yass Landscape Guardians. And the document that was circulated, I'll just note, did come into the IAC this morning. I'm not sure if it's been tabled yet with a document number. I can't see Mr McGrath is with us. While we're waiting for Mr McGrath, I'll just note that the roads, we have had notification from John and Jennifer Rhodes that they're able to come earlier today. They were scheduled for the last session of the day. So it will be around lunchtime. I'll have a closer look at the timetable and I'll come back to everybody on that. But thank you very much to John and Jennifer Rhodes for accommodating that change. I'm just going to ask the team whether there's any indication whether Mr McGrath's with us. Thank you. If Ms Stiles is ready to present to us, I would welcome that. So Ms Stiles, I'll ask if you're happy to come and sit at the table. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, so we will, if Mr McGrath can hear me, we'll hear from Ms Stiles first and then we will come back to you. Thank you.
Testing. Cool. Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. I hope you've enjoyed the high quality wind resource overnight. I've been hoping against hope that the evidence I've been hearing and reading during the hearings would reassure me. That is, that the project would not put at risk the things that I value. The ecology of the Ramsar site, the survival and recovery of a diversity of flora and fauna, the splendour of our national parks and the safety of our lives and assets from bushfire. I'm afraid I remain unconvinced and stand by the substance of my original submission, but I'd like to revisit three matters that my original submission contained. Now, firstly, about public policy. On day one, Mr Bolt told the IAC that you should give up any notion of recommending against this project going ahead, that the federal and state governments were utterly committed to it, and indeed that they would struggle to meet their targets without it. If that's true, it's a damning assessment of our government's management of the renewable energy transition. Not an assessment, I guess, that they would want to be generally held by the voting public. There are other energy options, and they should lie in defined renewable energy zones. I believe there are no other options when wind farms start springing up in the Yarra Valley. It is disappointing, though, that some important policy guidance arrives so late in the process. Would we be here now if it had come earlier? About the proponent, the project's acceptance for the first round of the CIS tender was based in part on Neoen's well-articulated responses to the merit criteria. One of those criterion was organisational capability to deliver the project. The sale of Kentbruck to HMC was announced on the 4th of December 2024, and the successful CIS Round 1 projects were announced on the 11th of December 2024. It's obvious that AEMO's recommendations to the federal government were based on Neoen's merits, not the new owners. On day 13, Mr Chessel said that this is a proponent that is actively engaged in this process and a proponent that is responsive to the recommendations given by its independent expert consultants. Well, frankly, Neoen can afford to be as responsive as they like. They won't have to implement this beast. How can we be confident that HMC is up to the job? HMC might even decide it's all too hard and sell it off as soon as they have the planning scheme amendment in the bag. About governance, Glenelg Shire Council's submission asked for it to be relieved of the ongoing responsibility of enforcing any conditions associated with the prospective approval. Failing that, they've asked that cost recovery arrangements be incorporated in the terms of the approval. They apparently have no resources or desire for the job. These observations, to my eyes, paint a potentially dismal picture of the future of this project. However, as Ms Kendall pointed out at the directions hearing, the IAC brings its own expertise to the task, and I'm confident that it is competent to carry out that task. But I can't resist, very respectfully, urging the panel members to make sure of three things. That you seriously consider the possibility of a no-go recommendation. That, if you feel you must recommend approve with the conditions, you make sure those conditions are as watertight and enforceable as can be. And that you make certain that governance arrangements are robust for the entire life of the project. Thank you. I think that's about all. But I still think the overhead power line along the Portland-Nelson Road should be put underground. I'd also like to thank the planning panel's team for being so patient with all us amateurs. That's me.
Thank you very much, Ms Stiles, for coming along and for your original written submission, which we have reviewed and will review again as we proceed with our assessment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr McGrath, I'll just check if we have Mr McGrath online now. And if not, Mr Paul Drew is next scheduled to present, so I will ask if Mr Paul Drew is there and in a position to present yet. If not, I note we have had advice from Lex Chalmers, apologies, that they are online and available to present a little earlier. So we might take you on that offer, depending on how the timetable rolls.
Thank you.
Thank
hello.
you. Ms Chalmers, we actually do have Mr Drew here, so I will go to him first, but thank you for turning your camera on. I will come to you shortly. Mr Drew, thank you for joining us. We can see you, and I think we were able to hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank
sorry,
you. Welcome.
Lex, to jump in ahead of you.
Hi, Paul.
I live in Narrawong, which is probably 30 kilometres from Haywood or 25 kilometres from Haywood. I'm a local solicitor. I have with others, I have a small firm in Portland. I'm the secretary of the Southwest Trades and Labour Council, and I know that the Trades and Labour Council has submitted in favour of the proposed development. I am involved in several sporting clubs, just I guess to give a picture of who I am. I'm a real amateur compared to the previous submitter, but my reasons for wanting to talk to my submission and address you today really stem around the support of the project for a number of reasons, but primarily for environmental reasons. I understand that a lot of people are not in favour of the project for environmental reasons, and particularly in relation to the impact on national parks and potential fire and so on. However, I think that the overall benefit of the project outweighs those risks and those possibly detrimental impacts on the local environment. Portland hosts an aluminium smelter, and I know that this is news to none of you, but it uses a significant portion of Victoria's energy, and I think it is important that the region support that important local business, if you like, that enterprise at Portland Aluminium. Portland Aluminium is critical for the jobs and local economy in the region, and I think it's important that the region do its bit in terms of supporting locally produced energy, which may not directly go to Alcoa or to the Portland smelter, of course, but it certainly has an impact in offsetting the amount of energy or the energy that is used by that facility. I think that the overall environmental issue for me is more about global warming or global heating, and I think that we must take steps to address this by supporting projects such as this. I also think that the project will be have a positive impact on jobs for the region, and that may be in the short term in terms of a concentrated increase in employment in the region, and then perhaps that dissipates over time as the project is finished. But I think that I understand there are other renewable type projects such as a battery that are being proposed for the region, and I think that it creates a local workforce that is experienced in working in renewable energy, and that these skills can then be used for other potential projects that are being proposed for the region. So I am conscious that there is there has to be a delicate balance between the impact of the project, certainly for those landowners close by, and certainly on general environmental grounds. But in my submission, these are outweighed by the overall benefit that the project will have in terms of creating renewable energy in Victoria. And that's my submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drew. I'll just ask if there are any questions. No. Thank you. Your submission is clear. Thank you very much for coming along. We really appreciate it. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be reviewing and rereading all of the original submissions as we progress with our assessment. So be assured that we will do that as well. Thank you, Mr. Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse my appearance, Madam Chair, but I'm actually on leave and I'm camping in South Australia, so I apologise.
Didn't cross my mind, Mr. Drew. Good.
All right,
but now that you say it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm just going to see again whether I think Mr McGrath might be having tech issues, so I'm not able to come to him just yet. If you just bear with me for one moment, I'm going to check the order of... Great. I can see Lex Chalmers, you are there and ready to present, and the following party, given we're not having Mark Idon, Shirley Taunt is scheduled for 11:25. So given that, I think we have time to hear your submission now. Ms Chalmers, if you're happy to proceed.
Thank you. I'm still adjusting lighting here. That's a bit better. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to congratulate the previous presenters that I've seen. I'm sure there have been very many excellent ones. I'm Lex Chalmers. I gained an early understanding of practical land use as I grew up on a small farm. My degree included history, geology and economic geography, adding to my knowledge of practical land use. I have been applying this knowledge since 1978 with the town of Portland's first strategic plan. Discovery Bay was thought to be immutable, protected, coastal park, Ramsar wetland status, high environmental values, beloved by adventure seekers, part of an iconic walk, enabling Victorians to access and enjoy this unspoilt part of their public realm. But if the Kentbruck Green Hub project goes ahead, exploiting short-term government needs to replace ageing power infrastructure, one of its best qualities, its sense of wilderness, could be lost forever. It's already threatened by climate change. The current South Australian algal bloom has been reported close to Nelson, thought to be the product of warmer southern ocean waters and the annual Bonnie upwelling, bringing nutrients to the surface, but this year combining with high nutrient runoff from the Murray River, resulting from floods. So I have some background and experience in heritage and environment planning. While living in Portland 1969 to 2007, I was involved in trying to protect the district's outstanding environment, settler and Indigenous heritage through submissions to the Shire's new format planning scheme 1998 on behalf of Portland National Trust branch, but more with Portland's Historic Buildings Restoration Committee. The panel recommended applying significant landscape overlays and heritage overlays within 12 months based on existing knowledge through bodies such as the National Trust. This was not affected by the Shire until after a period of lax planning management, 1998 to 2008. After 2000, HBRC and the National Trust appealed poor heritage and environmental planning decisions at VCAT, and earlier had presented to panel hearings on the proposals for a smelter and wind farms on the Three Capes. The odour and effects of poor planning 1998 to 2006 still hang over the Shire, known in the development industry as low-hanging fruit, partly because of its poor implementation of protective measures for heritage and environment, and its efforts to commercialise them, such as the wind farm applications from 1998 and 2021, the proposed Cape Bridgewater resort overdevelopment disallowed after an IAC report to the Planning Minister. After retirement with partners, I and my husband restored and ran a heritage B&B at Victoria House, Portland, between 1989 and 1998. From this experience, I joined tourism bodies and chaired the regional tourism body, Southwest Tourism Victoria, encompassing 7 municipalities. When appointed to the Western Coastal Board 2006 to 2012, I contributed my experience in environmental and heritage planning on the coast and in tourism in the region. I support the development of renewable energy, but not on such inappropriate places as Discovery Bay. Surely the Shire has given up to wind farms enough of its and Victoria's scarce public realm already. I also believe that solar energy backed by batteries is a more efficient use of resources and will leave less damage to the environment when retired. Discovery Bay is set in a unique grouping of coastal landforms from the marine park, the Glenelg River and estuary, and their various cultural and historic environments. Excuse me. The Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment Study of 2006 recommended a contiguous state significant landscape overlay from just east of Nelson. The Glenelg Estuary recommended significant landscape overlay was regional significance. Just east of that, all of Discovery Bay, Cape Bridgewater and Bay, and Nelson and Bay to Cape Grant, which was excluded because it was already zoned industrial. For Discovery Bay, the CSLAS citation recognised the dramatic sweep of its dune-backed bay, with its rugged open beaches and sense of remoteness, and, quote, its vast mobile dune system. It is, quote, valued by the community for its wild, untamed character. That's from the map in the CSLAS on page 56. The water bodies are listed there, and since 2018, mostly Ramsar-listed wetlands. In France, they look after the Camargue, seeking to balance conservation and human-scale activity. The Kentbruck proposal tips the balance by afflicting 2 Ramsar wetlands through industrialising the spit of land between them, allegedly to save the area from the future effects of climate change, but really as a money-making exercise exploiting the public realm. It would degrade a prime environment, habitat for many species, and now used by increasing numbers of people from all over Victoria and Australia walking the Great Southwest Walk. The regulatory framework is a bit bung in the Glenelg Shire. So, first of all, the Marine and Coastal Act 2018 holds the overarching authority on development on the coast. It's pretty hard to see how the Kentbruck Green Power Hub accords with any of the objectives A to I of this Act, controlling coastal management, especially to respect natural processes in planning for and managing current and future risks to people and assets from coastal hazards and climate change. Looking further back, on the same day as the then state government approved the Portland Wind Energy Project, to which it received unexpected community opposition, it stated that in future wind energy proposals within 5 kilometres of the coast would not be considered. This has prevailed until now. What has happened? From the maps provided, it appears that some towers are within the 5 kilometre line, but their height is such that they will afflict all of the Discovery Bay coast viewshed. Hard to see how chemical hazards from its construction could be interpreted as ecologically sustainable use and development of the marine and coastal environment. The planning guidelines for wind farm facilities state that assets of state or regional significance mapped and recognised through planning schemes, including the planning policy framework, should be taken into account. Discovery Bay has fallen through some of the cracks in the Glenelg Shire planning scheme and in other national and state government recognition now superseded and not replaced. Heritage, landscape and environmental considerations. Discovery Bay has long been identified for its critical environmental, cultural and landscape values, all three, and since 2018 is recognised as of international significance as a Ramsar wetland, made more valuable by its proximity to the Lower Glenelg National Park's Ramsar wetland. It is also of national and state significance. In 1980, it was added to the Commonwealth Register of the National Estate, RNE, and was later added to Victoria's Heritage Register for its natural and cultural heritage values. The RNE is no longer a statutory list, and its places may be protected under appropriate state, territory, or local government heritage legislation, which the Shire Council has never affected. The Heritage Victoria Discovery Bay listing, along with others referred by the RNE, also appears to have lapsed, except for some points of archaeological protection on Discovery Bay. The Great Ocean Road Landscape Study and the CSLAS, just dealing with the CSLAS, they identify visually significant landscapes and provide appropriate recommendations for improved planning scheme guidance. Clause 1202, Marine and Coastal Environment of the PPF, requires these studies to be considered by decision makers. My emphasis there. So the CSLAS assessment of the contiguous areas of Discovery Bay from east of Nelson to Cape Bridgewater, that is of state significance according to the original 2006 assessment. The government provided each coastal council with tools and $40,000 to implement the CSLAS recommendations, but when the SLO recommendations finally went to panel, GSC had excluded all bays despite the state significance recommendation for their stunning view sheds, their Indigenous cultural heritage and ecological values. Several submitters argued against the bay's exclusion, but the panel recommended a second SLO amendment where the local landholders could be consulted. And we also should have had a part 2 of the heritage overlays. The Council's omission of those recommendations, the protection of the rightful state significance overlay on Discovery Bay, has enabled this inappropriate Kentbruck wind farm proposal to industrialise wilderness, and I ask the committee to be mindful of the CSLAS recommendation for a Discovery Bay SLO for its state significance. Because of the quality of its environment and the size of the proposal, it will be an eyesore far beyond its footprint and create far more extensive visual, environmental and ecological pollution than the proposal for a residential hotel resort on the lip of Cape Bridgewater crater. The Kannawinka fault runs through there. The Planning Minister refused this application in 2021 following an inquiry and advisory committee hearing because it would present as a dominant and unacceptable built form in a landscape of state significance and should not be supported. In the case of Discovery Bay, in my view, the CSLAS recommendation for the SLO and Discovery Bay should prevail in the panel's deliberations as it did in the Cape Bridgewater decision. And the environmental significance overlay acknowledges that the Shire's coastline is a significant environmental resource and long-term public asset, which should not be compromised by inappropriate development. I'm sorry, I'm just switching off my phone. Coastal environments must be protected, especially features of ecological, geological, geomorphological, cultural and historic significance. Well, Discovery Bay has the lot. ESO 1 only applies to the narrow strip of land, but the towers and their construction will affect its ecology and that of the Lower Glenelg National Park and the Kabobani by interrupting connectivity for avian fauna between the Ramsar wetlands and from the coast to the interior. It's likely that the voluminous and convenient water extraction from local creeks such as Johnson's Creek, which only flows out to Discovery Bay at times of high rainfall, and bores if used, will further affect the water table of the area, as the pine plantations already do. Further reduction in water table levels may especially afflict nearby dune slack wetlands and their flora and fauna. Large extractions likely to prejudice the long-term values of the coast, particularly the delicate ecology of the declared Ramsar wetlands and refuges for the ancient grayling and avian fauna, including migratory species. Also likely that local sand from the dunes will be sourced for the huge volume of concrete needed. How many dunes would be required? What will be the landscape effects? And how will the area be remediated after it took aeons for the dunes in the area to form? I consider that the precautionary principle should be applied to any proposed water and sand extraction and in the district for the required quantities of concrete. The size of the concrete pads is described there from a very good paper, Practical Assessment of Mass Concrete Construction, I-cubed. This project's 105 6 to over 8.5 megawatt units, bigger than the ones described in the paper, will likely require concrete pads, each consuming more than 850 cubic metres of concrete and more reinforcement. Wind farm companies are now removing towers from their earliest projects on the coast, simply covering the pads. So the concrete's effect on the environment will be ongoing forever, as it would be here. Though the project's footprint is in pine plantations on the spit of land, chemicals from 105 tower construction sites and their associated roads and hard stands for cranes and tower laydown will inevitably leach into surface and groundwater. And the excavation for those constructions in such an active coastal environment with many storms, and we know about the wind, that when they're digging holes and roads on such a scale, it's going to impact the environment. As the concrete ages and eventually crumbles, the ongoing effect will be ongoing chemical dispersal, continuing to alter the pH of the groundwater. The concrete pads will stay there for centuries after the wind farm is decommissioned, causing long-term damage to the lakes and the flora and fauna that inhabit them, including the ancient grayling, one of my favourite critters. The tower's footprint is irrelevant to the impact that they will have on the view sheds for surrounding areas, but especially from the coast and inland high points, and for all avian fauna. For some species, the wind farm will be in an impenetrable band of disturbance, diverting them around the site and interrupting aeons-old patterns of existence. For others, such as raptors, it will be a sink, attracting them to bird kills from blade strikes. Anecdotally, one sees far fewer raptors in the landscape beside the wind farms between Portland, beyond Portland, than existed before the installation of wind farms on local coasts. Indigenous cultural heritage. Relevant local strategic studies may also be referenced in the PPF. With regard to this, the Shire's TARDIS desktop study, Cultural Heritage Sensitivity 2006, did not progress beyond draft form, so is not referenced in the planning scheme and has had little apparent influence on Shire planning. Its maps show that all of the coast and waterways in the Glenelg Shire are of high Indigenous significance. Fortunately, the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2006 provides an additional layer of protection. Part C, Great South West Walk, Discovery Bay and their cultural significance, Indigenous and local communities and nationally. Along its 260-kilometre length, the Great South West Walk has fulfilled its founders' aims of making this beautiful and varied area of southwest Victoria more accessible so that more people can enjoy it. Discovery Bay is one of the 4 sections of the walk, but I can't sort of separate it out because it's a whole thing. And its wilderness character provides an adventure element to walkers. And the Year 10 students who once went through the school and worked on the walk are returning to it as maintenance crew volunteers. Supposedly finished in 1983, it requires a strong maintenance contingent, and there have been many further developments. The 2023 Australian Geographic article, Victoria's Wild Western Walk, provides a really good insight to the walk. It has very strong community support, and schools are sponsors, including 3 from Melbourne, and there's a nearby campsite, or actually on the walk campsite. Visitation estimates. I spoke with the current president of the walk, Jen Johns. Overall, she said this had been steadily increasing. Their last annual report conservatively estimated that in the period 50,000 visitors used the walk, but that is best recorded in sections along the coast nearest Portland, etc. However, since the ABC presented a Backroads episode on the Great South West Walk in July 2024, numbers of visitors had increased dramatically. Estimates are difficult. Independent travellers and tours use many entry and exit points and access points to Discovery Bay, such as Swan Lake and Monbiong. And some individuals book campsites through Parks Victoria, some don't. Some visitors don't sign logbooks. One indicator of visitor numbers, Parks Victoria Discovery Bay Coastal Park website lists 21 licensed tour operators. All of these groups gain a proportion of their income from trips to the Discovery Bay area. Cultural responses to the Discovery Bay and the walk are another measure of its value. Individual responses, writing, videos, paintings and photography. A grant for artists' residencies in 1998 with a group of prominent and emerging artists. Responding to the different landscapes in each location and finishing with an exhibition. There's a symphony, Discovery, a symphony in 4 parts celebrating it. And I do look at things regionally because of my background. I'm also an associate member of ICOMOS, and intangible cultural heritage is an angle of heritage. Everybody responds to the environment in their own way. So everybody sees a different landscape. the, excuse me, the Aussie Camino is a cultural expression. St Mary MacKillop is Australia's only saint. Over 30 years ago, in the lead up to the expected beatification of Mother Mary MacKillop during a papal visit in 1995, Southwest Tourism Victoria, I was the chair at the time, received 2 federal tourism grants of around $400,000 one year and $200,000 to develop a MacKillop Trail, including Portland and Hamilton in Victoria and Penola and Port Macdonald in South Australia. Mary was canonised in 2010. In 1993 and 1994, SWTV developed directional signs for the routes that Mary had travelled between the towns. I think one of the best bits here is that she sailed from Port Macdonald to Rome to argue against her excommunication by local bishops. She won. The second federal grant funded interpretation and signage in the 4 towns. There may still be a plaque on the Quest Apartments gate post to mark the well on the grounds once used by Mary's family. They lived in Hurd Street. The plaques are still on the bluestone walls of the Catholic Church and Bayview College in Bentinck Street. So during COVID, when overseas tourism operators couldn't make bookings for their adventure clients, the walk became an alternative for them to run Camino walks, for which there was a demand. Getaway Trekking is one of the Discovery Bay's general tour operators, and there are apparently other groups running Caminos, one from Parramatta, bringing an annual busload of around 40 people. Source Gordon Stokes. Their Aussie Camino runs about 10 times a year, getaway trekking, for up to 10 people following the footsteps of Mary MacKillop. Getaway trekking leaves from and returns to the Mary MacKillop Heritage Centre in Melbourne. And I attach the response of Pilgrim 2021246 to this submission. While she didn't actually see the walk Discovery Bay, her group walked into Swan Lake, a glimpse of the character of the area. In the tradition of European Caminos, pilgrims find that walking in nature is uplifting and peaceful. Now, the Kanawinka Geopark, I'm doing these 2 sections because, Madam Chair, you asked me to refer to them in my submission. So the Kanawinka Geopark was a thing. At present, there are 229 UNESCO Global Geoparks in 50 countries. The explanation is there. The website reference is there. In the language of the South Australian Wandik people, who along with the Victorian Indigenous people witnessed the newer volcanic eruptions. Kanawinka means the land of tomorrow. A Penshurst-based committee initiated the Kanawinka Geopark based on the Victorian volcanic plains and also the limestone coast. Because it had the support of Tourism Victoria, South Australian Tourism Commission, the National Trust and the Geological Society of Australia and the management bodies of the sites of significance in the region, but failed to obtain the approval of Victorian and South Australian governments. Because Australian state and federal governments didn't support geoparks, Australia has none. UNESCO delisted this park in 2012. This is unfortunate. Yet the quality of the area's geological heritage has led to 2 of Australia's World Heritage Sites being inscribed by UNESCO in this region, the Narracourt Caves on the Limestone Coast in South Australia, and in 2018, the area around the volcanic Mount Eccles, this area now known as Budgebim National Park. 5,000 years ago, First Nations people used the volcanic rocks here to build the eel traps and houses, they had permanent walls of their houses and just had to run up a roof as they moved around their area. They used them to build the eel traps, and it's the earliest cultural management of the landscape known to the world. First Nations people, including from Budgebim, used Discovery Bay and other parts of the Glenelg coast seasonally to harvest particular shellfish, as attested by the middens along the coastline, adding to Discovery Bay's cultural significance. However, Budgebim, the major food supply, was from the eel traps. They're very informative cultural tours there. I urge everybody to take advantage of this. There's an easy 2-hour Tay-Rack aquaculture walk to see some of the fish traps, up to 3-day tours. Other aspects of the area's natural and cultural heritage arising from its geology include settlers' use of Portland's bluestone and Mount Gambier's limestone, and of course bluestone is used throughout the Western District, giving all of these places their distinctive characters. And the Henties originally settled in Portland Bay, attracted by its rich volcanic soil, also attracted overstraters and overlanders who took up vast runs for pasturing sheep, the squatters. Part of Victoria's and Australia's history. It appears that the state government has, this is my conclusion, folks, it appears that the state government has excluded most of the Glenelg Shire area from its priority areas for future wind farm applications. I heartily endorse this approach. The existing wind farms are near the end of their useful life, but their concrete pads will remain when the towers are taken down. Our coasts will remain a huge dump site for industrial pollution. Discovery Bay, the Lower Nelson National Park and the Cobobony Forest represent a large part of the state's conserved public lands. An industrial installation in their midst would be an insult to all of the people who have worked to have them reserved and cared for over the last century. UNESCO has already welcomed and supported one bid for a Kanawinka Geopark. Is it time for another application? First, ascertaining that the governments would support one, and preferably without the industrial pollution of a wind farm on one of its environmental assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Chalmers. I'll just ask if there are any questions. We have a question for you.
It's not so much, good morning, Ms Chalmers, it's not so much a question for you. I just actually wanted to ask the proponent something in response to a matter that you've raised in your submission. So, Mr Chessel, feel free to take this on notice, but you'll recall Ms Chalmers made numerous references to concrete pads and footings remaining on site post decommissioning of the wind farm. And I'm aware that there's a decommissioning environmental management plan requirement in the EMF. At this stage it's very general, and I was just struggling to recall whether there's any detail in other elements of the EES documentation that might explain or discuss how the footings and pads might be dealt with, and whether that's, if so, how that might be reflected in controls.
Yes, I think you're right in respect of the nature of the mitigation measure and the level of abstraction with which it's framed. Like you, I also recall certain materials in the EES discussing how it would be implemented. I'll go back and make that reconciliation and give some thought to how it is the mitigation measure might be drafted with more particularity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Chalmers, very much for coming along and presenting to us. We have read the material as well and understand your position, so thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nearly 11:15. I am going to see if Mr McGrath has successfully joined us because we will hear from him before we break, if possible. So, Mr McGrath, I'm not sure if you're with us, maybe just on audio rather than Teams, but I'll just give you a moment to join us if you can.
Can you hear me?
Not loudly. We'll just see if we can improve the audio.
Yes, it's just on audio, sorry.
Thank you. No, that's clear. We can hear you, Mr McGrath. So I'm happy for you to take us through your submission. Thank you and welcome.
No, thank you very much. Thank you to the Kentbruck, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, Green Hub Inquiry Advisory Committee for hearing me today on behalf of the Yass Landscape Guardians. Before I start into what I've sent you a copy of, what I want to point out, these wind turbine developments, they're not farms, they're not farms at all. People are approving these things when there's no capacity in the grid. You've got Crookville 2 and Crookville 3 built, only one of which was approved. Crookville 3 was never approved. They are not connected to the grid. They are simply there to draw down power from rooftop solar, over-generation rooftop solar. They cannot generate to the grid because the capacity of the 3J line that they're connected to, the Transgrid 3J line, doesn't have that capacity, okay? The other thing is frequency control. Each one of these turbines puts out a different frequency. It costs a very large amount of money to filter all those frequencies back to 50 hertz before it hits the grid. So you've got to think about, your committee has to think about approving these devices before, with those two things in mind. What I'll go on to now is I'll reiterate on behalf of Yass Landscape Guardians what I delivered in my initial March submissions, objecting to the Kentbruck wind turbine component of the Kentbruck Green Energy Hub. As a previous speaker said, it'll be wedged between the Ramsar and the Glenelg River wetlands, and I've got the links. I've sent you the links this morning in what the proponent Neon's representative, Neon Victoria State Leader Alicia Webb, referencing the ABC News wind farm with 105 turbines planned for Pine Plantation in southwest Victoria, Wednesday the 5th of February 2005. Alicia Webb describes the good thing about using a pine plantation is the impacts on native vegetation are extremely low, close to zero. The news is the native vegetation has already been removed. Whilst that may be true, initially native vegetation removed to plant the seed pine plantation. Generally native forest vegetation, possibly over a century in age, is windrowed to accept planting a monoforest of radiata pine. I've witnessed this initial removal of old growth native forests for the planting of the cash crop of the radiata pine near Tumut, New South Wales, Jasper, New South Wales. The vision of the windrowed very large native trees to make way for Pinus radiata plantation does not instill confidence in environmental sustainability. Further from the ABC sources above, the plantation is all exotic monoculture, and it's not that big a deal for the environment to cut down a few indicating pine trees and put a wind turbine there instead. And I've got references to that, which I've sent through again this morning. Interestingly, twice in the same article, paragraph 6, the plantations are also home to the critically endangered southern bent-wing bat. Then still further down, Neon's public consultants material stated the turbines will be built tall enough to avoid disturbing the critically endangered bent-wing bat, often found in the pine forest. So this is contradictory that this is not an environment, yet they turn around then and say, well, the bent-wing bat inhabits the pine forest, so we've got to try and avoid it. It's contradictory to itself, okay? Neon's Victoria State Leader, Alicia Webb, fails to admit that bats are killed by barotrauma from massive air pressure changes around spinning wind turbine blades. And please refer to again to the attached links I've sent through again this morning. Bats can fly higher than 40 metres. Neon's claim of the lower blade tip height above ground level of 40 metres to forage. So the bats will fly higher than that. But the barotrauma will knock them down anyway if they fly underneath. You see the link of the ABC report below, which is below, claiming the lower blade tip will be around 60 metres above the ground level. The maths doesn't add up. Which figure is for the lower up rotor swing area is correct? 40 metres, 60 metres above ground level. You know, there's two different figures there, 20 metres apart. Then I've included a map with the distribution of the critically endangered southern bent-wing bat, which you've got a copy of again this morning. Okay, so whilst these 105 turbines with an alleged 270 metre blade tip that have been installed within a commercial pine plantation, the said pine plantation is located between the two aforementioned internationally significant wetlands of Ramsar and Glenelg River. These wetlands are of international significance and have likely taken over 100,000 years, if not millions of years, to evolve. What gives French-owned Neon the right to come in and destroy what has taken eons to create? This is what Landscape Guardians are asking. The buffer zones indicated by Neon are 500 metres from the Ramsay wetlands and 300 metres from the adjoining Lower Glenelg National Park are woefully inadequate. As you can see from the documentation below, and I've put a link into the buffer zone proffered by the proponent, Neon are vastly inferior to bird trauma, either physically or indirectly, and bird species displacement in the real world. Multiple bird species will be impacted, including sedentary seabirds, migratory seabirds. Similarly, both sedentary land, wetland-based birds and migratory cousins will be impacted. The carnage of dead, maimed, flying creatures that is inevitable from the blade strikes of these very tall machines, with a blade tip spinning in excess of, likely in the range to 300 to 500 kilometres an hour. And that's if they're spinning, because a lot of the time these things just sit there. They don't do any generation whatsoever. Will attract raptors and other winged scavengers to also be killed by these machines, further adding to the carnage. The iconic species such as the yellow-tailed black cockatoo, and I've got a scientific name on the sheet I've sent you this morning, and its subspecies, the small subspecies, which is the birds that'll be in this pine forest, are they're attracted to these modern pine plantations of monoplantation of Pinus radiata to feed on the seed from the cone of the introduced pine. They have to feed on these seeds because the original habitat was eradicated. Hakea, Banksia, all that's gone because they put these bloody pines up. The food source is an alternate food source to these cockatoos, as much of their original natural native diet has been decimated in historic times by land clearance, such as clear felling for pine plantations, that I would keep reiterating. So whilst I've only raised notice of two species of very important Australian wildlife, the yellow-tailed black cockatoo alongside the critically endangered southern bent-winged bat, cohabitating the pine forest, it's making a farce of Neon's, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing Neon's name, Representative Alicia Webb, indicating the pine forest is almost a sterile environment. It's far from that. To the benefit of the IAC and Neon's representative, cockatoo species such as the yellow-tailed black cockatoos fly very high in the sky, and when transferring roosting to feeding sites, and I've witnessed this with a nominate subspecies of the yellow-tailed black cockatoo, flying early morning from the roosts in the forested Brown Mountains on the New South Wales south coast to their feeding grounds on the coastal Banksia cones in the New South Wales Sapphire coastal region, flying hundreds of metres above the dairy country, and they can fly at similar heights when transferring between feeding sites. So that is right, I was saying there, is right through the rotor swing area of these monster turbines. So the proponent saying, oh, we put them at this height, that height, won't impact species. Something's going to be impacted by that rotor swing area, massive rotor swing area. Okay, and so what I'll ask now is that the Kentbruck Inquiry and Advisory Committee will take on board my information here on behalf of the Yass Landscape Guardians, objecting to the Kentbruck Power Hub's wind turbines and resist approval of the Kentbruck Power Hub, especially the wind turbine component of it, and its extremely detrimental development. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr McGrath, for coming along, and I'm glad you got the tech working there. Thank you for your time. We don't have any questions, and we will break now for 15 minutes. When we come back from the break, we'll be hearing from Shirley Taunt, who I believe is with us in the room. So I invite you to set up at the table. We'll be back in 15 minutes, and we'll hear from you then. We'll then hear from Max Lomas, and I'm just going to double check. Mr. Lomas is here. Thank you. We'll hear from you after we hear from Ms. Taunt. And then I was just going to ask, for later this afternoon we have scheduled Ms. Dennis to present, and I'm just going to ask if she is available to present this morning before we break for lunch. If she is with us, I believe she may be with us online. So just there's an opportunity to do that if you're in a position to.
It's Hamish coming here. Susan hasn't arrived yet. I've been texting her to say that she can come early if she's able to, but she's not able to come before her time slot. But she will be presenting from my computer, but she lives 10 or 15 k's away.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. So she needs to stick with the original time slot. Is that correct?
Yes, I got a text from her saying that she wants to stick to the original time slot.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Fine. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting us know. Great.
Okay.
So after lunch, I'll just note we've got John Rhodes and Jennifer Rhodes that will be presenting to us, and then we'll be hearing from John Kyler, Rob Barrett, and then we'll hear from Susan Dennis. So we'll break for 15 minutes. We'll see everybody back at 20 minutes to 12. Thank you.
Well, you had to put the rubber roof on it.
I'm not using it for now.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome, Ms Taunt.
Thank you.
I'm happy to hand directly to you to take us through your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here. Thank you, dear Madam and panel members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to support the original submission I made some time back. I'm a retired resident and retired secondary teacher. I've been living in Nelson since 2013 and travelling since 2003 to Nelson regularly. I hope when you complete these hearings you make a strong recommendation to the federal government against this proposal and that consideration be given to relocate it to another site. My reasons for this are the Portland-Nelson coastal area is already under pressure from agriculture and pine forest development. The Ramsar site in Discovery Bay is a unique, pristine biosphere, highly valued internationally. The Kentbruck proposal has got very close proximity to the Ramsar site and it will place this habitat at risk, causing long-term irreversible changes. To go ahead with this proposal for a term of 25 to 30 years and place at risk a habitat that existed for thousands, millions of years is far too great. The price is too high. The building and installation, as well as the ongoing maintenance costs of Kentbruck, are enormous. Already there's been a change of ownership from Neoen to HMC Capital, who are still trying to raise funds to finance the project. I'm concerned that over time changes of ownership can lead to compromises in management and agreements made regarding arising issues, including the decommissioning of the wind farm. What will happen at the end of life of these turbines? At present, thousands of blades are going into landfill, another unsustainable outcome for us. Dismantling and or decommissioning the Kentbruck power hub after its short life will further increase the disturbance in this environment. The disposal of wind farms needs a much higher priority so our future generations are not burdened with these environmental liabilities. This proposal is one of the largest in Australia. It's too large. It has too many wind turbines concentrated over too small an area. Because of its size and financial costs, I'm concerned that these turbines will be left standing after it has passed its use-by date and will be a permanent scar on our landscape. My partner, who wrote submission 95, has been a pilot for over 40 years and is well aware of the requirements of safe aviation, which this wind farm will compromise. This point was glossed over and openly disputed by Mr Jennings in his presentation on proposed aviation planning changes to accommodate the wind farm. I have a problem with this. Flying over this area for the last 20 years has made my partner acutely aware of the microclimate of this region. Despite forecasts from the Bureau of Meteorology, Windy TV and webcams, etc., sudden unpredicted changes of low cloud, sea fog, wind and rain often make this transiting marginal. To add a very large wind turbine or wind turbines close to an airfield is irresponsible, especially to this highly regarded region where I live. Sea fog can blanket our coastline in 10 minutes without warning. These conditions we don't need to deal with wind turbines as well as weather issues. The visual impact on these turbines is one of my major objections to the wind farm because it will change the aesthetic values we and visitors place on our landscape. The site of these turbines will affect property values and tourism in the Nelson region. This disruption to natural views will be inescapable whether we walk, drive, buy a boat or fly locally. I regularly fly with my partner. We are very familiar with wind farms and always plan to avoid them. Living in Nelson, we regularly fly from Portland to Nelson. I'm terrified flying around or above any wind farm. The view flying from Portland to Nelson is absolutely majestic. It is unbelievably beautiful, and we won't have that once the wind farms are installed. These moving machines travelling at high speeds can move from the air, creating huge turbulence in their wake. This can affect the performance of our aircraft. Every flight to and from Nelson will affect me psychologically and emotionally every time, should it go ahead. And I can't reinforce that strongly enough. Building the wind farm is an act of vandalism, in my opinion, on a very massive scale. Mitigation is a stopgap measure, a set of compromises, bribery, offering money to push this project through. Do not dismiss our plea to stop this development. Because we are a small community should not mean our evidence and opinions are not valued. We need to preserve our heritage for our future generations. Please consider not just the wildlife issues at threat, but the lifestyles and heritage of the people who live in this region as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms Taunt. We appreciate you coming along to present. Yeah. Thank you. Lovely. I'd like to invite Mr. Sorry, just losing track of my notes. Lomas to come and join us. Thank you.
No problems. Okay, my name's Max Lomas. I'm currently the captain of the Nelson CFA and I've been recycled. I was captain for 8 years. The person that I brought with me is Neil Emerson. He is our group officer at Dartmoor. Okay. Now, one of the reasons why I'm against, I've already got your deposition in already, but one of the reasons why we are against this proposal is the fact is it's going to limit our firefighting capacity. One aircraft. Now, unfortunately...
Mr. Lomas, do you mind if I just actually ask for some clarification around who you're representing here?
I represent the CFA volunteers.
The CFA volunteers.
Yes, that is correct.
So as distinct from the CFA who have already presented to the IAC?
The problem with all of the government departments, they've been gagged and told to say what they say, what's in their doctrine and their whole thing, where the volunteers don't get a say. And I've already mentioned to our commanders and everything, oh no, we can't help you in any way, shape or form because we work for the government and we have to follow their mandate. And that's where the problem lies. Okay? So, a little bit of background. I've been a logging contractor for 40 years, so I know the pine backwards. I operate out of Rennick, Kentbruck, the Otways, Ballarat. I also own a bulldozer, which I contract out to Hancock's, CFA and Dwelp, and even over the border in South Australia. So my firefighting capacity within the dozer in the pines is enormous. Now, one of the reasons why this proposal is bad news is the fact is that the aircraft that we're going to use are large aircraft. You can't use a helicopter with a drop bucket. It's impossible. So once that fire gets going, you have to use large aircraft to spread a large area to put the fire out. The only way then, with the wind towers, you can only fight on the edges. You can't fire it through the towers themselves. And I think a lot of people realise that once that fire gets going in a pine plantation, it's not like scrub. You can run a bulldozer through a scrub very, very easily. But in pines you can't, because it's wall-to-wall trees. And in most cases, that fire will beat you as quicker than you can actually put the brake in. And that's the biggest hassle. The other problem is, once these towers catch fire, you can't put them out. They're too high. You can't get a helicopter and drop water on it. It doesn't work. So the only way you can put them out is wait until the fire front is gone. That's the biggest hassle. Now, the other problem with these wind towers, which a lot of people have not addressed, and it's like all plantations, regardless of whatever it is, they're going to be sitting on top of a ridge, somewhere 30 to 40 metres high above sea level, up 280 metres high. And what do you have if you've got a thunderstorm, a perfect target for lightning. And you're going to have not one, you're going to have 100 to 120 of them. And if I was a bookmaker, you could just about bet your bottom dollar it's going to get one out of 120. And that's where the problem will be. You will not be able to contain that fire, and you've got ecosystems north, south, east and west of this plantation ready to be burnt. Fire does not have boundaries. And that's one of the biggest reasons why we are against it. Period. Okay, that's all I've got to say. Thank you. Short and sharp and sweet.
Thank you, Mr Lomas. Could I just clarify, so the relation, I just wanted to be 100% sure. I understand that you're here in your volunteer capacity.
Yes.
And have you had discussions with the CFA? You know the CFA have been to present to us. Yes, you've been part of those. Yes.
The answer I got, and even the National Park, which is just up the road from me, because I've got a pine plantation on the side of my farm, a bluegum plantation as well, and I was talking to National Park just yesterday actually, and they said straight out, Max, he said, we can't give you anything for the simple reason we work for the government, we're being gagged. And that's exactly the same thing with the CFA. And well, identical, because they work for the government.
Thank you, Mr Lomas. Thank you for coming along. We appreciate it. Thank you. So I think that may bring us to our lunch. I feel like I'm losing, might have missed something, but I think that brings us to lunch, which will mean we're having a slightly longer lunch, coming back at 1:45 to hear from John Rhodes and then Jennifer Rhodes, and then the parties that I mentioned previously. So we'll rise again now and we'll see everybody back here at 1:45. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So I'll invite Mr. Rhodes. I'm not sure if Mr. Rhodes is with us online or in person. Welcome to come and sit at the table. Thank you. We'll hear your submissions in a moment. Just before we do, I'd just like to speak to document or submission of further information that's been raised again with the Planning Panels Victoria office. And I'd just like to reiterate for all parties that the IAC will only accept documents that it has directed at this stage. So that relates to submissions from parties the day before they are scheduled to present to the IAC, and the documents that the IAC has requested from both the proponent and DECA. We may issue further directions depending on what we hear and if we feel that we need further information, but noting that I'm asking people to no longer put in requests to provide further submission and that those documents won't be tabled. So on that note, Mr. Rhodes, welcome. Thank you very much for coming to present to us.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to hand directly to you to talk us through.
Okay, my name is John Rhodes. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an ecologist. I'm just a resident of Nelson. I'd like to start with a 30-second advertisement made for the Glenelg Shire, which they did a few years ago. Can we look at that, please?
On the edge of Victoria is a place for those who seek space alongside scenery, where our greatest gift is nothing. No crowds, no queues, no traffic. Nothing but untouched natural wonders. In a world that has everything to offer, escape the rush. Go out of your way to discover Glenelg. You have nothing to lose.
Why would you want to desecrate that? That's where we live. My wife and I started holidaying in Nelson in 1992 and kept coming back. We were attracted by the locality, the Glenelg River and Estuary, Discovery Bay, the Lower Glenelg National Park and the Ramsar listed wetlands. We retired in December 2018 and moved to Nelson the next day. Excuse me. We look out over farmland to the Ramsar wetland and the Southern Ocean. To the north and east, we look over some farmland, pine and blue gum forests, and the Lower Glenelg National Park. We have kangaroos, wallabies, echidnas and koalas frequenting our property. There are a pair of wedge-tailed eagles that roost in a tree on our property, and we can look down on the eagles hunting in the valley. We see plenty of rosellas and parrots, the occasional emus, brolgas, bats and owls. We also get quite a few tiger snakes that come up from the wetland as well. I'm not so keen on them. But overall, we love it. It's idyllic. So you can imagine how devastated we were when the Owen knocked on our door 6 weeks after we moved in to tell us they were going to build the biggest wind farm in Australia virtually next door. We were told we were collateral damage. I can hardly think of a worse place to build a massive wind farm. The visual pollution of an industrial scale wind farm would detract from the character and the beauty of the Lower Glenelg National Park, the Bobony National Park, Glenelg River Estuary and the Ramsar listed wetlands. The closest turbine is only 300 metres from the national park. A 270 metre tall wind turbine is visible from 59 kilometres away on level ground. Put it on a 50 metre high hill and increase it to 64 kilometres. These turbines would be twice the height of the tallest building in Adelaide, which is 138 metres. I've never seen a structure that big. From our property on a clear day, we can see the Cape Bridgewater Wind Farm 46 k's away and the Lake Bonnie Wind Farm 64 kilometres away in the other direction. We recently drove from Mount Gambier to Carpenter Rocks. The Lake Bonnie Wind Farm becomes visible about halfway there. We noted where the turbines changed from being visible to an offensive intrusion on the landscape and then plotted the distance to the nearest turbine. It was 12 kilometres. These are 125 metres high, less than half the height of the proposed Nelson turbines. Neowen has told us you don't notice the turbines from 6 kilometres away, and on another occasion it was 10 k's away. We can clearly see the Optus Telecom mast 6 kilometres from our home. I estimate it as only 30 metres high. Australia is 7,692,000 square kilometres. Surely we can find a better locality to build a wind farm rather than spoil these national parks. Port Phillip Bay has a perimeter of about 260 kilometres. We could position turbines approximately 2 kilometres offshore and fit over 200 turbines close to the user base and with less transmission losses. When I mentioned this to a Neowen rep at the Nelson Information Centre, I was told, don't be silly, you can't build them where people live. Last time I checked, rural residents are still people, and 2 kilometres is the same distance in Nelson as it is in Mornington Peninsula. Previous presenters have discussed the risks to brolgas, bitterns, bats and raptors at length, and with more expertise than I can offer, so I won't attempt to go over it again, other than to say I see the proposed wind farm as a threat to our birds and bats. I would point out that a collision is not all that will kill birds. They just have to fly close, and the barotrauma gives them the bends, and the bodies are rarely found. Nelson's a small town that relies heavily on tourism. The population of approximately 200 expands to 2,000 at peak holiday times. The town supports a hotel, a motel, a guest house, a roadhouse, 2 caravan parks, a cabin park, river cruise boats, canoe hire, boat hire, and numerous holiday houses, rentals, all of which need staff, housekeepers, cleaners and gardeners. We owned a successful holiday rental in Nelson from 2010 to 2021. Most of our clients came to Nelson to get away from the cities, enjoy the quiet serenity of the national park and river, and watch the birds, kangaroos and koalas, perhaps with a bit of bushwalking and boating thrown in. Speaking to many of our clients since the wind farm proposal was announced in 2019, most said they would not holiday in Nelson if they could see or hear the wind turbines. In fact, when rebooking, several asked if the wind farm had been built yet. We subsequently have sold the property. The Great South West Walk effectively circumnavigates the wind farm, and turbines will often be visible and heard. Bushwalkers don't want to visit an industrial park. The big thing for us is bushfires. The township of Nelson is immediately downwind of the wind farm in our summer southeasterly prevailing winds. The wind farm is to be constructed in a highly flammable pine plantation. Wind farms have been constructed in conifer forests in the Baltic countries, which have nowhere near the fire risk of the Australian plantations. The Victorian government has stated that Victoria is one of the most fire-prone areas in the world. They list Nelson as being in the 50 most at-risk towns. In 2003, a bushfire swept out of the Stromlo pine plantation near Canberra, killing 4 persons, injuring 435 and destroying 488 homes. In recent years, there have been 2 major bushfires in the Kentbruck pine forests, both of which burnt into the national park. One was started by lightning, the others by campers. Both fires were burnt under control, mainly with aerial firefighting. In the last fire, they used a DC-10 tanker with a 60-metre wingspan and a takeoff weight of 250,000 kilograms. Can you imagine a plane of this size trying to fly at extremely low altitude in thick smoke through 105 turbines, each 270 metres high, with a blade 190 metres in diameter and a swept area of 7 acres. These propellers won't fit into the MCG. The turbines appear to be spaced approximately 500 metres apart, giving a gap of just 300 metres between blades. My great fear is that the wind farm will prevent effective aerial firefighting, putting the Nelson Township, national parks and my home at increased risk. There's also the risk of a turbine catching fire and flinging burning debris and oil into the pine plantation, causing a fire. The proponent purports to say that turbine fires are rare and modern turbines are fitted with suppression systems. But in recent years, there have been fires at Cape Nelson near Portland, Bulgarra near Great Western, Kentbruck, Lake Bonnie near Millicent, Red Hill in South Australia, Clements Gap, Waterloo and Starfish Hill near Cape Jarvis in South Australia. Our local Nelson CFA brigade comprises 8 mainly elderly firefighters. I believe the average age is 72. Aerial firefighting is really the only defence we have, and the wind farm will remove this and leave us defenceless. Concluding, I'd like to say I'm strongly opposed to the proposed wind farm in this location. There are plenty of denuded and degraded land in Victoria more suited to a project like this. I'm convinced that this will be detrimental to our pristine environment and the wildlife that it supports. It will offer no benefit to the township of Nelson and will be detrimental to our visitors and tourism-dependent businesses, real estate values and the people of Nelson. It puts the town, its inhabitants and visitors and National Park at increased bushfire risk. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rhodes. Any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Rhodes. Just a question of clarification. Mr. Chessel might be best placed to help us with this. I'm just trying to confirm where your property is.
We're 3.4 k's east of Nelson.
So is that near the corner of Earls Road and Portland, Nelson? Right?
Exactly opposite Earls Road.
So on the south side?
On the south side, that's right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for being flexible with coming in a little earlier. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
And Jennifer Rhodes, I invite you to come and sit at the table. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy for you to start when you're ready.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I do appreciate it. I've been heartened by some of the presentations that I've tuned into over these last few days. Credentialed subject matter experts speaking in defence of our precious flora and fauna sure as hell has saved me a lot of trouble. What I'd like to do today is talk about another endangered species, the human population of Nelson. I'm not a credentialed scientist, but I am an expert because I'm one of them. I bring you a simple local insight, a lot of feeling, and the odd fact. I've made a written submission, not intending to read it to you today. I have 2 focal points this afternoon. Firstly, I'll put the proposition that Nelson stands to reap none of the benefits of the Kentbruck project, but pays most of the costs. Secondly, I'd like to say a few words on the theme of social licence. So, let's go to costs. What's a cost? In this context, it's the loss of what's important to us. Let's have a look at a couple of those. I'll start with visual amenity. Love that bit of jargon. Nelson is by several country miles the closest town to the project site. The project's on our doorstep. We will see the 270-metre high turbines, higher by the way if sited on hilltops or ridges. We'll see them every day in the very near distance, popping out in industrial splendour above the pine trees. Can you imagine it? It's a bizarre landscape and downright ugly. I should tell you a little something about our community. With the exception of a few little Nelsonians under the age of 10, not one of us was born and bred in Nelson. It's kind of unusual. We have all come to this pristine and beautiful place by choice to live there. Why? I'll give you a hint. It was not in the hope that one day we might look out upon a forest of industrial ugliness. I'll move on, still on the theme of costs. Safety, which equates to bushfires. You've heard much on this subject. I'll add only a small point. Most of us have lived in Nelson long enough to recall at least one near-miss bushfire event. I wonder if anyone in the room has had that experience. For your sake, I hope not. It's not nice. Believe me, one's enough. It's hard to believe that we are not at an increased risk of fire by placing turbines in a dangerous, flammable pine forest environment. Turbines have been known to catch fire, not just overseas, at least one close to home. More importantly, as others have said, aerial firefighting will surely be hampered by the presence of 270-metre towers, 500 to 600 metres apart, looming in the smoke and heat. Unless the CFA can locate a couple of retired kamikaze pilots left over from the war, we are toast, literally. Let me move on to a brief comment about our environment. I simply want to point out that it's not only our nature-loving tourists who appreciate our native flora and fauna. Nelson residents also love their nature walks and are well aware of the vulnerability of some of our species. You've heard much about bats, orange-bellied parrots, brolgas, to name but a few. Please understand that our rich biodiversity is a huge part of what makes Nelson special and why people choose to live there. There is concern amongst locals about the impact of wind turbines on our endangered species and on our wildlife more generally. You've heard subject matter experts on these themes. I will say no more, other than to reiterate that these concerns aren't just the concerns of environmental consultants. They're very real issues for those of us who live in the town. I come to what, in my own opinion, is the big one. I'm still on the theme of cost. Our economy, the economic survival of the town. Something that I don't think has come up before you yet. I'm quite prepared to put this dead cat on the table. The real issue for Nelson is its very survival as a town. We're struggling. Recent events, unrelated to the Kentbruck project, have seen us lose multiple amenities and businesses, most of them tourism related. Our few surviving businesses, a roadhouse, a pub, river cruisers, canoe hire, accommodation providers, rely substantially, if not entirely, on tourism. My point? A hit to tourism would be a hit to the viability of the town. So speaking as former president of the Nelson Tourist Association, I can confirm, indeed, that some visitors come to Nelson only to fish. But by far the greater number come for a back-to-nature experience, on the water or in the bush. They do not come from the cities and suburbs to recharge their batteries in yet another industrial landscape. To be fair, the proponent acknowledges this in the socio-economic chapter of the EES, and I quote, "Operation of the project would also result in visual changes to the landscape, which may affect the local tourism industry." Further, in my time as president of the Tourist Association, we had a very frank and productive discussion with a Neoin representative who readily conceded that tourism in Nelson be impacted adversely by the construction phase of the project in particular. He suggested, very helpfully, that we might compensate the downturn by offering accommodation to construction workers, bringing some income into the town. After discussion, we offered a surprising and significant 78 beds. I now note, pardon me, on a closer reading of the proponent's submission, and I refer to the socio-economic impact chapter, para 17.6.1, that this offer is now most unlikely to come to fruition. but the downturn will still occur. Disruption of access to Nelson from the east, together with traffic restrictions, are of course inevitable during construction. I get that. But their impact on tourism should not be underestimated. The 2.5 years of construction, and it will probably be more, let's face it, allows more than enough time for people to change their holiday habits. Those that post-construction, if coming from the east, and most of them do, will have a guard of honour in the form of 15 kilometres of 275 kilovolt overhead transmission lines along the Portland-Nelson Road. Lovely start to an eco holiday. So I'll move along to the benefits, and I shall be brief because I can't see any. As mentioned previously, we seem to have lost the potential influx of construction workers to give the town at least a short-term economic boost. Through traffic is likely to decrease during the construction phase, perhaps long enough to have a lasting impact on our few surviving businesses. My belief, in reality, Nelson's share of the proponent's community benefit sharing fund is likely to be negligible or non-existent, because let's face it, we'll be competing with Portland and other eligible areas. Employment opportunities for locals, well, not a draw card for us. We're mostly retirees or already employed, or employed as retirees. The suggestion of offering a new tourism avenue based on ecotourism in the form of wind farm tours is not likely to be a help. Folks, this is not the kind of eco people come here for. Will the wind farm attract a whole new breed of tourist? I don't believe it. There is no longer novelty value in wind farm tourism generally. In fact, my observation is the pendulum is starting to swing the other way. May I just say something about social licence? I do love jargon. What it means to me is, I think it's about buy-in from one or more stakeholders. The stakeholder giving the thumbs up to proceed with a project. We're on board. The proponent may well believe that the residents of Nelson are on board, but they're wrong. Let me assure you it's not the case. Why do I say that? Well, you have already heard from some fairly passionate locals just over the last couple of days, making it very clear what their views are. Very importantly, I draw your attention to the fact that next Monday you're going to meet Karen Oldacre, speaking on behalf of 539 Nelson residents and visitors who've signed a petition to indicate their complete lack of buy-in. I won't steal her thunder. The proponents' documents refer to widespread support from surrounding communities. This is generalised information, and we cannot identify, for example, how many of the 114 supportive residents were actually from Nelson. If you're wondering where I got the figure of 114 from, I did some sums. Apparently 70% of a total of 163 positive responses were from locals. But this includes Portland, Mount Richmond, Haywood, Garay, Kentbruck, as well as Nelson. At the end of the day, I suspect not many responses were from Nelson. Why do I say that? So, some survey responses apparently came from letterbox drops. There is no mail delivery and therefore there are no letterboxes in Nelson. Other responses were from forms handed out on information days. Those in Nelson, information days that is, and I attended all of them, were poorly attended by locals. I expect because of poor publicity relative to our demographic. I knew about the meetings because I received regular updates from Neoan as a near neighbour to the project. Some of the responses were from online surveys. There is no NBN, ADSL or fixed wireless availability in Nelson. Much of our population, to be perfectly frank, is not even computer literate. I think you've met those of us that are. We have a significant elderly population. So the internet is not an effective communication medium for many Nelson residents. Now I give you the subjectivity alert. This one is subjective. I have an immediate social circle and an extended social circle, friends of friends, don't we all? Through this, I can access approximately 50% of the 190-strong Nelson population. From this, I know only one person who actively supports the Kentbruck project, from what I think are some pretty dubious motives, but we won't go there. So put that together, what do you get? Well, not social licence. In conclusion, I refer you again to the anecdote I shared in my original written submission and mentioned by John in his earlier presentation. According to Neoen's representative, you can't build turbines where people live. Well, we are people. We live here. Trouble is, we're few in number. And whilst we're not exactly your stereotypical country bumpkins, neither do we have movers and shakers and political influences in our midst. We're decent people. We're ordinary people. We are a soft target. Does anyone actually care? I leave you with that thought and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms Rhodes. Thank you for coming along. No, we don't have any questions. Thank you. Your position is clear. Thank you for your submissions. So we are anticipating Mr Kyla joining us online. I can't see that he's with us yet. So while we are waiting to see if we can find him, I'm going to invite Mr Barrett to come and present. If you're happy to do that now, we would appreciate it. Welcome. Bringing you forward, I hope that's okay. Thank you, Mr Barrett.
Yeah, please bear with me. I'm a bit new at this.
Yes, no, take your time.
It's
fine, thank you.
So, I'm Rod Barrett, and I'm from the Grey West area. In 1972, we bought a property at Grey West, 65 acres, and built up to 300 plus acres, including a small winery and vineyard, which I closed in 2013. I was active in the community and took on the job of Secretary Treasurer for the Grey West Hall, a job I had trouble passing on and held it for 30 years plus. It was during the latter part of my tenure I saw an ad in the local paper looking for persons to join a community advisory committee for the Kentbruck Green Energy Hub. I applied and was interviewed and later accepted as a member of this committee. It was not long after our first meeting and publication details of the project detailing possible routes the power lines would take to connect to the grid that my community expressed major concerns about overhead transmission lines. Members of the community called a public meeting at the Grey West Hall. This was attended by myself and Noel Johnson, both of us CAC members. And I introduced myself and spoke at that meeting, and we made sure that we would convey to Neoen their concerns, and we did this. This was at the next CAC meeting with Neoen reps present. That meeting was attended by, it was a packed hall. There was people from Portland groups and our local community. At this stage, there were two proposed routes, of which one was later shelved, and a decision to concentrate on the passage through the Waller Swamp Road in the Combobity State Forest Park. The cable to be laid 1.2 metres deep in the centre of the road to connect to the interconnector west side of Mount Clay as the best option. Some of the things that were brought up while we were on that committee, DECA expressed concerns for a tree variety the Applejack that was now considered protected. We did a survey of the proposed route with a former forestry officer and identified 37 trees adjacent to the road. These trees we considered not to be in any way endangered, as the proximity to the road and the formation of the road build-up over 100 years. Firstly, they laid carbonate basalt, which was extracted from the bush, gravel, and then built over the last 40 years by limestone. So we had quite a peak in the road, and any water would lie on the side of the road. So we didn't think that there would be much route in the middle of that road, which would be endangered. We further did an inspection of a Applejack that was blown over on private property, and we saw that the root ball had little roots existing from the extremities of the tree. It was fairly confined, and that made us also reinforced our idea that there would be little danger. We considered there to be less than 2 or 3% of roots in the centre of the, if at all, in the centre of the road. Some of the positives that I saw out of the group, we saw Biosis identified flight paths and nesting sites on a property of a good friend of mine, David Golby, and Neon removed all planned tower sites in that vicinity, nearly 20 towers. So they did take things on board. In summary, Neon's decision to use underground cable through the Carbonate Forest is by far the best option, as it protects the natural environment, ensuring power cable is secure and reliable, showing that Neon is serious about minimising impact on the landscape and wildlife. Kentbruck Green Energy Hub is placed on one private-owned pine forest, is not close to any houses. It is much easier to deal with one land entity than numerous landholders. I have noticed that several other states are planning energy hubs in pine forests since the idea was put forward to us. I have fished the Discovery Bay for many years for gummy shark, salmon and mulloway from Swan Lake to Montebyong, and have very fond memories of this area. The wind farm will in no way impact recreation fishing or walking tracks in this area. One of our tasks was to ensure Neon, when they appoint a project contractor, that our aim is 25% of the work should go to local businesses. Local meaning Australia-wide, not just necessarily Portland. But in Portland, we have a local electrical contractor already experienced in wind tower development. I wholeheartedly support the Kentbruck Green Energy Hub. This area is unique, as we already have a 500-volt transmission line supporting Alcar and connecting Melbourne. We are the envy of many Victorian regions and can become the great energy hub of Victoria. Interaction with the community over the last 2 years has been questions, no negative questions, but is this project still going ahead and when will it happen? So that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for coming along and presenting to us. We appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
You don't have any questions?
No, we're fine. Thank you. No questions. Lovely. So I understand that we don't, Mr. Kellier hasn't joined us yet, so I'm going to ask Ms. Dennis if she's able to present to us, and she's joining us online. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Dennis. Thank you for accommodating a time shift. We appreciate it.
Yes, it is school holidays, so I've got a house full at the minute, but yes, I've managed to get here, so
Thank you. Well, I'm happy to hand to you to run us through your submissions.
Okay then, thank you. My name is Susan Dennis. I'm a farmer, environmentalist and long-time Brolga advocate. The Kentbruck Energy Project is squeezed in between a national park and a Ramsar wetland. As a consequence, this project has an unacceptable risk to listed flora and fauna and cannot be given a permit. Whilst the threat of climate change may be real, we cannot destroy our precious biodiversity in a pretense to save the planet. Renewable energy projects must not be allowed to be built in inappropriate areas where the impact on the local biodiversity is too great. This is institutional insanity. It is incredible to me that this project has reached EES stage. This Victorian Labor government has already shown their utter contempt for regional communities with the appalling state of our roads and the unfair, greedy tax grab from farmers disguised as an emergency levy. By sneakily including a number of government departments to be paid by the levy, which are currently funded by general revenue, farmers are now being asked to pay for city public servants, all to fund the massive debt from city infrastructure projects. Farmers then have to get on the back of antiquated fire trucks to attend accidents, put out fires on public land as well as in their own rural community, while city people pay a much reduced CIV and just ring 000 in the case of fire. The Premier has repeatedly lied about this tax, claiming volunteers do not have to pay anything. They are exempt. Actually, the tax has to be paid, and then if you're lucky, farmer volunteers may get a rebate on one land title at some stage. Of course, farms are made up of many titles. How dishonest is that? The tax must be scrapped. The latest effort to force renewable energy projects onto rural areas is the new decision taken by the government that transmission line workers can enter farms without permission of the landowner, thus ignoring the very strict biosecurity arrangements now compulsory on farms. This history of dishonesty equally applies to the protection of the iconic and much-loved Brolga, as well as the rest of our precious biodiversity from the destruction by wind projects. This Kentbruck area used to be native forest. Then in the 1960s, the government of the day decided it was good policy to clear fell the forest and plant pine trees. The trade-off, now called an offset, was that the area to the north of the Nelson Road up to the Glenelg River would be declared the Lower Glenelg National Park. This offset, of course, resulted in a net loss of native vegetation in the Kentbruck area. I remember being taken through this precious area by the renowned Portland conservationist, Noel Learmonth, after this decision was made, so some of us would be aware of what we would lose after the clear felling took place. I particularly remembered beautiful ferny gullies and creeks, no doubt now all bulldozed, and that genetic material lost forever. We now have government policy again that threatens our precious biodiversity and will further decimate this area. This time it is not the need for timber, but climate change that is driving the government's agenda. How threatening the very existence of species such as southern bent-winged bat, Australian bittern, red-tailed black cockatoo and the southern Brolga can help climate change, I do not know. We must be so careful that we do not destroy our precious biodiversity in a misguided attempt to save it. And governments have a legal responsibility to protect these species. The loss of 228 trees and 8.5 hectares of native vegetation is also a net loss, as the critters that currently reside and feed in these trees and vegetation are not protected in any way. An offset miles away will not help them. The vegetation in those offsets will be of a different genetic composition to those lost, resulting in total loss of important genetics. Offsets are the biggest deception out and always lead to net biodiversity loss. DECA has expressed concerns with the project. They say its responsibilities include the protection and management of listed threatened species and ecological communities under the FFG Act, including potential species and habitats affected by the project. Section 98. DEEC is concerned that the project could cause direct mortality and contribute to population level decline in southern Bentwyn Bat. These concerns remain. Section 120. DEEC maintains that the residual risk to the Australasian bittern remains high. Section 122. Project may result in long-term decrease in the size of the local Australian bittern population. Section 132. The project presents a potential significant impact on the Australasian bittern. Section 146, concerning the southeast red-tailed black cockatoo, DEEC identified residual uncertainty regarding both collision risk and potential population level impacts. Those concerns remain unresolved. Clearly, these are major concerns when the species in question are threatened species. These concerns alone should stop this project. Unsurprisingly, given the recent production of the greatly flawed handbook, DEEC have raised no concerns with the treatment of the brolga. This is in line with their flawed buffer requirements for the last 15 years, which has resulted in the loss of over 70 breeding wetlands to the brolga. The Southwest Brolga project began in early 2009 to supposedly inform the wind industry of how brolga used their habitat. DEEC has ignored most of the approximately 80,000 GPS data points from this project and selected a mere 400 odd points of pre-fled chicks to guide their handbook buffer guidelines. The Southwest Brolga project put satellite transmitters on 25 birds of differing ages. As 3 birds died in the process, the final outcome was 22 birds, which was made up of 11 pre-fledged chicks, 6 juveniles and 5 adults. The Veltheim 2019 paper, which DEEC and endless consultants based their inadequate buffers and consequently the handbook on, was merely a subset of the original research, not the complete data set. As well, Veltheim and consequently DEEC used the Biosis 2011 report from Penshurst to verify these buffers. Biosis used this 2011 report also at Mount Fynes to justify tiny buffers. Under questioning, Biosis confirmed that at Penshurst the longer flights were recorded as 0 distance, which obviously resulted in much shorter average flight distances. So all these subsequent reports used the flawed Biosis 2011 report to claim that a 900-metre buffer was big enough for brolga. So much damage done by misleading, dodgy science. The potential damage to the future of the brolga could be catastrophic. We must use proper scientific processes to protect our biodiversity, and the precautionary principle must be adhered to. The use of the Veltheim 2019 paper to inform buffer distances of breeding wetlands is quite extraordinary. It would seem that only about 50% of the GPS points of the pre-fledged chicks were actually used, which is in table 1 of the paper. This is 1 movement a day for a few weeks. This is one of the most blatant misuses of data I have ever seen. It should be remembered that there were no operating wind turbines anywhere near these wetlands that these pre-fledged chicks were using. Veltheim 2019 herself went on to say, this study was limited to pre-fledged chick movements at breeding sites. We recognise that breeding adults may range further to forage during nest building, incubation and chick rearing. Studies focusing on GPS telemetry of breeding adult pairs are recommended to identify if larger buffers are required to avoid potential disturbance and mortality effects from turbines during the entire breeding season. This comment was totally ignored by DEEC, who accepted a report of only 11 pre-fledged chicks to base the ridiculously small buffer guidelines, claiming they were informed by Veltheim's research. And to quote these buffers as suitable for the wind industry is bordering on fraudulent. Every wind project now quotes Veltheim 29 to justify minute buffers. In 2022, Veltheim released a further paper which analysed a further 18,822 data points from the 20 birds in the original study who were still alive. Of all the night roost to morning foraging area movements, Throughout the annual life cycle, breeding and non-breeding season for all brolgas, 95% were within 5.2 kilometres, and adult and juvenile brolgas in southwestern Victoria moved the shortest distances during the non-breeding season. 2018, she said brolgas were highly mobile across the landscape, except in summer and autumn. Veltheim's papers then actually confirmed that breeding brolga are very active across the landscape, and the flights during the breeding period, winter and spring, are longer than those of flocking brolga. The question has to be asked then, why has DECA and the wind industry decided to use only the data from pre-fledged chicks, that is, they are still walking, to inform buffer distances, not the entire breeding season? In actual fact, the birds would not even make it to a breeding wetland that has a turbine placed at a buffer of 900 metres, as brolga are actually displaced out to 5 kilometres by wind turbines. Displacement is a word not used by DECA or the wind industry and is very closely aligned with the cumulative impact, another idea foreign to DECA and the wind industry. Unfortunately, the post-operational reports from 14 wind projects found no brolga within 5 kilometres of an operating turbine. Various consultants have tried to claim that brolga bred at Macarthur, but on closer examination of all data, it appears the wind wasn't blowing at the time, and as soon as the wind picked up, the adult birds deserted the chick and fled the site. And I'll just acknowledge that Mr. Cumming and AGL have identified that it's when, as soon as the wind farm reaches 30% capacity factor, that the brolga are deserting, being displaced. And the other point I would just make on that is that the Macarthur wind farm turbines are quite old. So if I recall, they're less than 180 metres tall. These ones now are 270 metres, and I would presume that displacement from bigger turbines would kick in at even lower capacity factors. But yes, this is most definitely not a successful breeding event. This means that at least 70 breeding wetlands are no longer available to the brolga due to buffers that are too small, yet approved by DECA. And the carnage will continue as DECA keep being satisfied with inadequate buffers. It should be remembered that if a species cannot access their breeding wetlands, they cannot breed. And if they cannot breed, they become extinct. This is not an acceptable outcome for our iconic brolga. I recently had a procedure on my heart. I asked the cardiologist how he knew the correct area to target. He said over the years they had modelled this area and it seemed the most likely. Of course, he then went on to say that they also looked at the post-procedure evidence, which clearly backed up their modelling and showed that afterwards heart function returned to normal. So clearly they were targeting the correct spot. Thank goodness the medical profession follows such excellent scientific process. Unfortunately, the Victorian government and the wind industry do not follow such a scientific approach when it comes to brolga buffers from wind turbines. If they did, they would recognise that modelling showing 900-metre buffers from breeding sites was totally insufficient, as the actual post-operational reports from 14 wind projects across southwest Victoria clearly show there are no brolga within 5 kilometres of operating turbines. If my cardiologist followed such poor science, he would no doubt do a procedure on my big toe and tell me I was cured. Never bothered to look at the results, just keep doing the same thing as the modelling showed it might work. For the Victorian brolga, this lack of follow-up of the model will end up in the extinction of this iconic species. You have to look at the results of your modelling, or else it's just a fairy story with no scientific evidence to back up the modelling and resulting buffers that are totally inadequate for protecting the brolga. There have apparently been 2 more attempts to put GPS trackers on brolga in Victoria, one in northern Victoria and one right here in far southwest Victoria. Once again, this research shows that breeding brolgas fly frequently and over longer distances than 900 metres from their nest sites. Like the vast majority of the Southwest Brolga project, data, DECA has remained most reluctant to share these results. One is reminded of BirdLife Australia's original submission to DELT's earlier attempt to change buffer guidelines. The key objective of the standards is to facilitate the development of the Victorian wind industry, not to protect and recover Victoria's endangered brolga. Damning words indeed. Perhaps a clue to this reluctance can be found in the discussion by employees of the Environment Department regarding approval of a brolga breeding habitat buffer option for wind energy facilities, which seemed to begin with biodiversity suggesting a 450 plus 300 metre buffer would be acceptable, as this option is a less restrictive regulatory requirement to the industry compared to other options. Certainly, it would seem that biodiversity was acting on behalf of the wind industry rather than our iconic brolga. No regard to the legal requirements of the FFG, no duty of care towards the brolga. In this particular project, brolga fieldwork was done on 9 days over a 6-year period. Hardly an in-depth study then. On page 32, BIOSA said buffers are designed to protect 3 key habitat areas related to pre-fledging movements. Clearly continuing DECA's fairy story that brolga don't fly much during the breeding season. DECA, of course, is satisfied with this approach, as it is part of the brolga guidelines. Just don't mention displacement or cumulative effect. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. DECA have continued this farce in the new handbook. Needless to say, zero net impact has been removed from the new handbook. If DECA was serious about protecting the brolga, there would be an automatic 5-kilometre buffer around all breeding wetlands. This is the only way to protect the brolga, as is clearly apparent from the post-operational reports. Brolga have never successfully raised chicks on wetlands with operating turbines within 5 k's. Climate change may or may not impact negatively on the brolga, but inappropriately placed wind turbines will certainly lead to their extinction in Victoria. Wind turbines have a life of 20 to 30 years, but the brolga will be extinct forever. If this project is to be informed by the use of the old guidelines, 2011 ones, then zero net impact has to be considered. There are 16 breeding wetlands within 3 kilometres of the project. If brolga are displaced out to 5 kilometres, as at all the other projects, then it follows that these 16 breeding sites will also be lost through displacement. So that gets added to the 70 wetlands already lost. Must be remembered that wetlands suitable for breeding are a very limited asset and only exist because individual farmers make the decision to protect these wetlands. There is no government support for providing brolga breeding habitat on farms. As a result, farmers are very protective of their birds, and many neighbours of operational projects no longer have their brolgas breeding on their properties due to the inadequate buffers overseen by DECA. Back in the 1980s, when I was the inaugural president of the Friends of the Brolga group, it was seen as important to protect brolga breeding habitat. And there were brolga experts within the Environment Department who readily advised farmers. How times have changed. The brolga is now only seen as a problem for the wind industry. It's probably appropriate at this stage to give an explanation of brolga behaviour. Whilst we hear of flocking and breeding flocks and seasons, these are not discrete. Brolga are very adaptable seasonally. Here at our wetland, usually the pair would start doing recce's in autumn. We love to hear their triumphant trumpeting announcing their arrival. Depending on the season, there may be many of these visits until the pair decide conditions are right for nesting. Courting and nesting follow. Courtship is a wonderful thing to witness, with the famous brolga dancing taking place. Nest building seems to take place in the morning, and then the birds fly off to other places to feed for the rest of the day. Incubation is undertaken by both parents, with the other flying off to feed. Once Once the chicks are fledged at about 90 days, there is the very ungainly flight training, which can involve adult birds having to fly above the over-enthusiastic teenagers, force them to fly lower until they get better control. Unfortunately, I have seen a family group take off too close to a swirl line on a windy day, with the youngster unable to control his flight and unfortunately hitting the power line with tragic results. It is not easy to control such a large wingspan, particularly in turbulent conditions. We have noticed that if the water stays in the wetland, the family will stay until the following autumn before heading off to unload the juvenile and then returning. Nesting can be as late as December. Last year, as it was so dry, there were at least 14 brolga moving over the landscape between the Hamilton Highway and the Mortlake Camperdown Road. There were still at least 2 juveniles, and the birds were tending to move in family groups. There were many flights in this period, with local farmers all reporting sightings. Unfortunately, due to the lack of rain, there was no breeding last year, and the birds eventually moved back to flocking sites. This year, the season is late again, but I did hear some triumphant trumpeting only this morning, telling me that recce flights are recommencing. Whilst these particular birds are not in the Kentbruck area, it just gives an indication of how brolga use their landscape. And in fact, the Mortlake East Wind Project was not given a permit due to the unacceptable impact on the brolga. We have heard a lot about offsets, the magic process that apparently fixes everything, except it doesn't. There have been no successful brolga breeding wetlands created to offset any of the damage done at any of the operating wind farms across southwest Victoria. At Chepstow, apparently, a dam was built as a brolga offset. This clearly benefited the farmer, but provided no breeding habitat for the brolga, who require a shallow ephemeral wetland for breeding. What a farce. The Nature Glenelg Trust and BirdLife presentations were quite confronting in explaining how far behind the rest of the world Victoria is in protecting our precious biodiversity. Once again, this reflects on government policy and a dominant wind industry. Australia has never valued its Indigenous biodiversity, so no wonder we have the highest rate of extinctions in the world. It seems that nothing has changed. The principles of refrain, avoid, minimise, restore, offset, improve, proposed by BirdLife seem a good place to start. It seems in Victoria the government is most reluctant to offer any proper protections for biodiversity, which is evident in the new handbook, which is a disgrace and not based on science. Clearly the post-operational checks are totally inadequate, and no one would really have any idea or care how many birds are killed by collision, let alone displacement. Without these results, we have no idea what impact turbines are having on biodiversity. It's all just the fairy story. Nothing to see here, people, move on. Councils are designated as the responsible authority with no extra funding to cover the task. Most councils do not have the level of expertise required. So effectively, the government has ensured that there is no oversight at all. Without accurate post-operational records, no one has any idea of the cumulative impact of wind turbines. I find it extraordinary that in Victoria, individual farmers not only provide the habitat for brolga, but are also required to come to EAS hearings at considerable expense, both financially and time-wise, to protect brolga and their habitat because the Environment Department are incapable or unwilling to do so. Once again, it is treating rural Victorians with dishonesty and utter contempt. EAS panels are now bun fights between legal teams, and any input from NGOs or members of the community are treated with derision. It is a shame that this move to a more legalistic approach has not also included a requirement for probity. I am sick to death of the Environment Department not carrying out their duty of care to endangered species, which is required under both the Wildlife Act and the FFG. They may as well give up all pretence of caring for wildlife and just rename themselves the Approvals Department. This Kentbruck project threatens too many threatened and endangered species, and common sense must apply, and this project must not be given a permit. You do not destroy the environment and then congratulate yourself for saving it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Dennis. Yeah, we don't have any questions for you, but we really appreciate you coming on and coming along and presenting to us. Thank you very much for taking the time. Ms Dennis, I'll just get you to turn your camera off. Thank you. So we have one more submitter presenting to us. So Mr Kyler, I think, is being represented by somebody else. So I'll just ask if they could please turn their camera on, introduce themselves. Oh, I can't hear you. Thank you. Just get you to pop your microphone on.
Hi,
Thank you.
I'm Brigitte
Welcome.
Keeler. I'm John's
Hi,
wife.
Brigitte. Thank you very much for joining us. I understand that you'll be presenting on behalf of John's submission.
Yes, well, John wrote a submission and I wrote a submission as well, and I just wanted to speak briefly to both of them, I guess, today. Thank you.
I'll hand to you. You're welcome to start and take us through. Thank you.
Yeah, just briefly, I just wanted to, I mean, we're farmers, we're local farmers, yeah, very passionate about our farmland. And I guess following on from the previous lady's speech about the Brolgas, it's a very special place to live. And yeah, we have spent a lot on fencing and yeah, looking after all of our animals, looking after all of our birds. It is very important to us. So I do want to say that we don't wish for this large, powerful company to build over 100 wind turbines just in our backyard. They are so large and so many. It just feels completely overwhelming to be built so close to our beautiful farmland and our ocean. And I guess we feel like it's just complete landscape pollution and will be really devastating to our local area. They're just far too close around. And we're also really concerned about the power lines. I think at the moment, most of them are being put underground, but we are very concerned that that this may not happen, that they might run out of money or they go to plan B without notifying, and then all of a sudden we're going to end up with not only wind turbines, but this massive electrical towers above the ground, which is just even more pollution all over our beautiful farmland. And yeah, I guess to us it's an environmental disaster, and as farmers we're dealing with so much as it is at the moment. And yeah, I guess there's so many impacts of these wind turbines. They won't just be local, they'll be felt, you know, for kilometres. Just their visual impact from everywhere. I just feel like it's completely out of place in our beautiful landscape, and it's supposed to be untouched and beautiful. And I guess we feel the entire proposal is quite reckless, and from a farming point of view, really quite unacceptable. It's yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, as locals, like we enjoy our environment here, the Lower Glenelg National Park, the Discovery Bay Coastal Park, the Cobbobity National Park, and the Glenelg estuary of the Ramsar sites. We have land adjoining these areas. And yeah, the birds, like all these migrating birds, these seabirds as well, that are all here. There's the endangered bittern, the great knoll and the eastern curlew. There's all the bats that are also, I think the southern bentwing is threatened, and yeah, we need to look after all of our animals in our natural environment. And I guess we don't see how having all these turbines in amongst all of our nature here, how it can't have a devastating effect is, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what people are thinking, but we love our coastline and it is one of natural beauty. And I guess we would really like to preserve our local environment. Yeah, we as farmers, I guess, yeah, we've spent a lot of money on fencing, I guess going on with the brogas and the wetlands. We've fenced a lot, we've planted a lot. We are doing our best to look after our small part of the environment, and it would be really great if our neighbours could do so too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kyler, for coming along to present to us. Could I just ask where broadly your property is in relation to the project?
So down, so we're in the so Heathmere, Cashmore area and Bridgewater Lakes area. So on your map, we're down this end, down the Discovery Bay end down here. I don't know if,
Thank you.
you can see that.
Oh, yes, sure. You can show me. I can see that. Thank you. Yeah, that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Thank you very much for coming along. We really appreciate you taking the time to present to us. Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the day's submissions. There's a few things I need to recap on from this morning's discussion around our proceedings for the next couple of weeks, and then I'll ask if there are any questions or procedural matters before we rise for the day. So firstly, just to confirm that we will be sitting next week in Melbourne at Clifton's. We'll be hearing from a number of community submitters and hearing closing submissions from DECA. I do ask if any parties are not able to attend to please advise the office as soon as possible so we can make adjustments to our planning for the day. And further, we expect to receive written response from DECA to the proponents' questions. To the IAC's questions by Wednesday next week. And then by Wednesday, the 23rd of July, we'll receive from the proponent its closing reply submissions and final day project documents. We will be sitting on Thursday, the 24th of July, to hear the proponent's closing submissions, and I advise that we can supply or provide a hearing venue at Planning Panels Victoria. So when we reissue the timetable, we will include the details of that for parties. People will also be able to join online. I confirm also that parties will have the opportunity to provide written comments on the proponent's final day project documentation. That will now be scheduled for Thursday, the 31st of July, and the proponent will have an opportunity to provide any reply comments by Thursday, the 7th of August. The comments will need to be in accordance with the IAC's directions number 38 and 39 from our original directions letter. We will confirm that in the correspondence that we send, but I'd like to reiterate that comments must relate to drafting issues only and not broader issues of merit of the proposal, as we will have already heard from parties on those. And that if further submission relating to merit is provided with those comments on the final day documents, the IAC will not consider that content. If I could just ask Mr Chessel, I know you mentioned this morning with regard to the proponent responding to the IAC's questions in relation to the Nature Glenelg Trust submission, the timing of that. I think you gave me a broad indication, but I'm just wondering if you're able to clarify if that will be in advance of your closing submissions.
Yes. What I can indicate is that Mr Organ, as I understand it, has capacity to work on that next week. He has other commitments this week, so that I can't tell you whether it'll be exactly when it would be finished, but one of the reasons why we sought to reschedule the final day is because we weren't sure whether we would have his position in advance of that day. So if you wanted to specify a time next week, we could no doubt work.
No, I understand that you may need some flexibility still with that, so that's not a problem. Yes. If it can be provided in advance of the closing submissions, that would be appreciated.
I can indicate this, that we will certainly be looking to circulate material, certainly in advance of the final day in the normal way, but should we be in a position to do so earlier, we will do so, because I think it would be to everyone's benefit to have it circulated well in advance. So we have received, for example, some comments from Parks Victoria at present in respect of the EMF. We'll look to work through those efficiently, at least at my end. I haven't yet seen the DECA ones, but we'll be working to consolidate those into a day 3 set of documents that will circulate as soon as they're ready. And obviously we'll be listening to the submissions on Monday to the extent that there are any further recommendations made or any parties express any positions in respect of those mitigation measures. We'll take those matters into account as well.
Thank you. Are there any other matters from the proponent that we need to discuss today?
No, we're keeping a list of some outstanding queries, and I'll look to perhaps address you on those on Monday morning to tie them off as part of this part of the case, and perhaps again just make sure that our lists match one another, but nothing further beyond that for present purposes.
Thank you. And of course, with the what we're hearing from submitters, if there are any issues arising for the IAC, we will raise those with you when we can, to provide adequate time to respond to those in closing as well.
I see, as in, yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other issues that we need to discuss this afternoon? No, thank you. I'd just like to thank the tech team here, Pete, and your team very much for your assistance this week. We've really appreciated it. I know that the parties have as well, so thank you to you and the team. I'll just acknowledge Member Joyner is with us. He's been joining us online throughout the whole week, so thank you, Mr Joyner. You're still with us, which is excellent. Thank you, Member Joyner. And otherwise, I look forward to seeing everybody either online or in person on Monday at Clifton's next week for a 10 a.m. start. So thank you very much.